Hello there. So today I will show you Nmap and Nmap NSC Nmap script. Let's open VirtualBox and Kali Linux first. In Kali Linux I will show you basic use of Nmap scripting, searching, Nmap NSC engine. Give some time for opening Linux in VirtualBox. Actually, Nmap stands for Network Mapper in Kali Linux. Nmap means a utility that is widely used by penetration testers for network discovery and system security audits. Let's give my username and password first. Users find Nmap useful for various activities including network inventory, service uptime tracking, managing schedules, host monitoring, or many more. Search Nmap. Here is my Nmap. I already installed it in my Linux. Here is executing Nmap and five scripts for gathering started with Nmap scripting engine. Let's check. You guys can visit this website Red Hat and find this information. So Nmap is a popular tool for scanning and monitoring networks. There are many ways to find information using Nmap. Few of these learning tools discuss one of Nmap's most powerful features, the Nmap scripting engine NSC. So what is the NSC? This tool does two things. First, it allows to Nmap command to accept options that specify scripted procedures as part of scan. Second, it enables Nmap users to author and share scripts, which provides a robust and ever-evolving library of pre-configured scans. The NSC takes Nmap beyond the standard quick and dirty scans and into a deeper realm of automation, detail, and depth. Many authors have created this. So in Nmap NSC script types, scripts documentation page, many categories are security oriented while others hint at discovery and troubleshooting. So broadcast, default, discovery, intrusive, and vulnerabilities. There are 604 scripts available on the NSC scripts page. That's a lot. And how you guys can run a script: the primary option to add common NSC scripts to the Nmap command is -sc. The dash script option defines which script to run. If you are using your own script, some scripts use customized arguments or react to the results of more traditional Nmap scan. Nmap -sc executes a scripted scan using the scripts in the default category. And 5 useful NSC script. I discovered NSC script while troubleshooting a dynamic host configuration protocol DHCP issue, and in fact the first two examples below are scripts that enumerate DHCP services. Many of the scripts display information on common network service. So DHCP scripts produce broadcast DHCP discover and DHCP discover. The broadcast DHCP discover messages on the network and displays, and DHCP discover, this script is a little different than the broadcast version. And SMB servers produce SMB OS discovery and SMB enum users. SSH authentication provide SSH AUTS methods. This displays supported authentication methods for the targeted SSH server and is useful. So you can create your own scripts and boost Nmap's power with NSE. How to use Nmap script engine NSE scripts in Linux. Nmap or Network Mapper is an open source tool that is used to discover hosts and services on a computer network. It is one of the most powerful and flexible port scanners ever built. To install Nmap on any OS such as Ubuntu or Kali Linux, you can use the command. It is highly flexible due to the availability of many NSE scripts available. NSE stands for Nmap Scripting Engine. To understand the concepts of Nmap and NSE, let's take an example. For this task, we will be using a vulnerable machine called Metasploitable2. It is highly vulnerable in nature. There are several phases for hacking, and one of the most important steps is port scanning. Now the scan Metasploitable2, we need a port scanning tool. In this case we are using Nmap, and it is a utility for network exploration or security auditing. It supports ping scanning, determine which hosts are up, many port scanning techniques. So how it works? The argument script sets which NSE scripts should be run with the scan. In this case, when the service scan detects the web server, a parallel thread is initialized for the selected NSE script. There are more than 230 scripts available which perform a wide variety of tasks. The NSE script HTTP title returns the title of the root document if a web server is detected. There's more. You can run multiple scripts at once by this command nmap minus my dash script http headers http title scanme.nmap.org, and here is some host showing here, port, state, service, and also gathering http headers information, server information. So, working with Nmap script engine NSE scripts, we can discover all the connected devices in the network using this command sudo net discover. Just follow this command carefully. After some time, I show you guys how it works. Number 2, the output of net discover shows that VMware INC Mac vendor, which is our Metasploitable 2 machines. Now we can start a nmap scan. The nmap command shown here, nmap -sb -t4 192.168.1.6, and where -sb used for service version detection and -t4 denotes the speed of nmap scan. The result obtained denotes the service and version running on Metasploitable 2. But what if we want more information gathering about the target? This is where NSE is useful. NSE allows users to write simple scripts to automate a wide variety of networking tasks. Those scripts are then executed in parallel with the speed and efficiency. NSE scripts are written in programming language called Lua. In order to use NSE scripts, we use the flag -sc, or we can use -script to run custom scripts. Now let's watch this script scan. Lua scripts, a programming language, is Lua. I discussed already. One more thing, there are 4 types of NSE scripts, namely pre-rule scripts, host scripts, service scripts, post-rule scripts. Just go to their website and scripts 561 scripts is available in their website. So it port rule script now I give command there is some categories: broadcast, brute, AUTH, default, discovery, DOS, exploit, external, fuzzer, intrusive, malware, save, version, vuln, scripts, libraries. So in pre-rule scripts are scripts that run before any of Nmap's scan operations. They are executed when Nmap hasn't gathered any information about a target yet. Now in this command I already show you guys in this video, nmap -sc scan me.nmap.org -v command. Starting the NSC scanning. Here is TCP, SSH, OpenSSH, SSH hotkey number, port number, TCP, main information I gather here by this command. Supported methods. Then these scripts are grouped under various categories including those for authentication, AUTS, discovering of hosts, broadcast, brute force attacks to gauge authentication, credentials, brute, discovering more about network, discovery, causing a denial of service DOS, exploiting some vulnerability, exploit. A number of scripts belong to the default category. One more thing, do not execute scripts from third parties without critically looking through them or only if you trust the authors. This is because these scripts are not run in a sandbox and thus could unexpectedly or maliciously damage your system or invade your privacy. Secondly, many of these scripts may possibly run as either a pre-rule or post-rule script. Considering this, it is recommended to use a pre-rule for purposes of consistency. Nmap uses the script.db database to figure out the available default scripts and categories. To see the location of all available NSE scripts, run the locate utility on the terminal like $con $locate star.nsc. NSE scripts are loaded using the ---- script flag, which also allows you to run your own scripts by providing categories, script file names, or the name of directories where your scripts are located. The syntax for enabling scripts is like nmap-sc, then target scripts, or nmap ---- script file name category directory, or you can view a description of a script with the command of ---- script -help option. Additionally, you can pass arguments to some scripts. The script --- script -args and --- script -args -file options. The later. So run all HTTP scripts expect HTTP -brute and HTTP -slowerize. Command nmap -sv -script HTTP and not HTTP slowers or HTTP root. Then target. Inside this target, to debug scripts, use ---- script -trace. This enables a stack trace of the executed script to help you to debug the session. Remember that sometimes you may need to increase the debugging level with the flag -d inside third bracket 1 to 9 to get to the bottom of the problem. And the command is nmap -sv -script exploit -d3 -script trace space 192.168.1.1. NSC script arguments. the flag minus minus script minus args is used to set arguments of NS scripts. And arguments command nmap minus sv minus minus script http minus title minus minus script minus args, then http dot user agent equal mozilla 99 target. Your target. You can also use aliases when setting the arguments for NC scripts. For example, you could use nmap minus p80 port 80 minus minus script http trace script args, then path target instead of nmap minus 80 minus minus script http trace minus minus script minus args http trace, this command. Now I show you all the command or scripting I discuss in this video tutorial. Now I use some command and script in nmap. Loading NSC scripts to perform nmap scans. You can select or load scripts to perform a scan in different method, like using script name, using categories, using wildcard, using boolean expressions, passing arguments to NSC scripts, whenever you using script name. Once you know what a script does, you can perform a scan using it. You can use one script or enter a comma separated list or script names. The command below will enable you to view the HTTP headers configured on the web server at the target host, like nmap minus minus script http then headers scanme.nmap.org. And using categories, you can also load scripts from one category or from a comma separated list of categories. Script scan minus sc equivalent to script equal default. I discussed already scripting scan. And Lua scripts, that means or Lua, a programming language. I give command in the scripts grep ssh, and the ssh minus root.nsc. Just paste it. Now see all the information. Local short port, local stdnsc, local brute, local crates. Now clear all the command. Give another command nmap minus sc port minus p port l. Let's add 22 192.168.75.133 starting. Let's see port state and service. SSH is hotkey number is here, MAC address. You can also find the OS detection, anonymous FTP login, alloyed FTP, SYST state. Now I give another command nmap minus minus script equal default. No, it's not default. Minus equal ssh minus brute dot nsc. Then 192.168.75.133 starting scanning, starting in map nsc, and nsc gather main information, web admin, sysadmin, guest, test. How it can gather information by this command, you guys easily can do it. just give the command perfectly. Here is SSH hotkey. So how you guys can use nmap NSE commands and scanning and make your script. So today's topic is nmap. Nmap, go to this website, nmap the network mapper free security scanner. Here is the nmap official website. You can download it for Mac or Linux or Windows operating system as well. Here is some documentation and about section, how you can user guide, how you can use nmap in the site navigation, communication. All the information about nmap is here. nmap provides a number of features for proving computer networks, including host discovery and service and operating system detection. These features are extensible by scripts that provide more advanced service detection, vulnerability detection, and other features. nmap can adapt to network conditions including latency and congestion during scan. Actually, nmap started as a Linux utility and was ported to other systems including Windows, Mac OS, and BSD. It is most popular on Linux, followed by Windows. Here is some basic features, technology, license, all the information about nmap you can find here. So let's use the nmap in Kali Linux. So here is a nmap IP addresses starting nmap 7. So nmap features include host discovery, identifying hosts on a network, for example, listening the hosts that respond to TCP and or ICMP requests or have a particular port open, port scanning, ports, TCP IP stack fingerprinting, determining the operating systems and hardware characteristics of network devices based on observations of network activity of said devices. So here it gives some command. nmap can provide further information on targets, including reverse DNS names, device types, and MAC addresses. So the nmap scripting engine NSE is one of nmap's most powerful and flexible features. It allows user to write and share simple script to automate a wide variety of networking tasks. Those scripts are then executed in parallel with the speed and efficiency you can expect from nmap. Users can rely on the growing and diverse set of scripts distributed with nmap or write their own meet custom needs. We designed NSE to be versatile with the following tasks in mind: network discovery, more sophisticated version detection, vulnerability detection. The nmap version detection system. So now I show you some command. vulnerable. So auditing the security of a network, identifying new servers, generating traffic to hosts on a network response analysis and response time measurement. So here you can see port in a port script ban. So here is the uh, all the configuration and network configuration about the PC by found by the help of nmap. Now clear. Just look the comment carefully. So if you go to nmap official website, you can find scripts, NSE engine information.
Goals and learning objective for this Nmap lecture is that you will understand how criminal black hat hackers can use Nmap in the real world. You will understand how Nmap is used in combination with hacking infrastructure to manage the control server, stolen owner's server, and stable servers. You will learn how hacking infrastructure is used and where Nmap fits into the criminal hacking process. I thought it would be interesting to explain to you how an Nmap is being used in criminal black hat hacker. So in the real world, in combination with their hacking infrastructure, which you can see, some are illustrated here in this middle of this slide. Hackers acting infrastructure, because this is different to the how most people use Nmap. Most people use Nmap simply to run it from their laptop and their server and just to scan. They have no need for anonymization. So black hat hackers using a different way, and it's interesting to see what is and what they do. So let's have a look at this picture here. What we have is our black hat hacker here in the left, illustrated as botmaster. So he would normally connect and anonymize to the hacking infrastructure by some sort of anonymizing service. So that could be John Dunham, that could be it, and it would be most likely to here, so that we can see how the client were hopping onto the hole, and then we are on to our asking infrastructure here, which is the first part, the stable part, and the less stable part or the owned is that own service here. These will be owned by someone else and they will be used as pivots and proxies to hide the IP addresses of these stable services. So we can call this and less stable server for our own service as a part of the hacking infrastructure. So whenever you don't want to expose your stable servers, your pivot through then the less stable servers to these own servers, and these less stable servers are used for when black hat hackers want a fast connection without pivoting. This is where the black hat would run and they scan the port. The whole internet for targets as illustrated by these here, or if they picked a specific target, they could be scanning that target with a less stable server, or there would be many hacking other tools with the infrastructure like you will find on a penetration testing laptop or penetration device like Kali Linux, because it would be a social engineering and phishing attack and that sort of things. So any series black hat should be using a hacking infrastructure like this, so from which the nmap scanning is actually done by ethical hackers, those who do the penetration test for clients who are getting paid. So I have no need for such a hacking infrastructure and often just run nmap, as I said, from a laptop or something like Kali, from a virtual machine, to scanning their target hackers using nmap to finding the target. So for example, using a nmap to search for vulnerable version of a piece of a software, or using nmap script to find and exploit vulnerabilities. So in this diagram, that will be hunting around the internet to find things random. Sometimes a target is chosen in advance by a black hat hackers for maybe financial or political reasons. They have chosen a specific target, then the hacker will use nmap to find all interesting internet accessible hosts and paths of their organization that target have pre-selected or want to compromise that have been achieved. So imagine we have compromised this network here and my pattern installed on this internal device. So are they hack the compromised network? No. And from there they will scan the internal network so that just to retaliate, and nmap can be used to finding the targets. So once you found a target, it can be used for scanning those targets, and then you can actually compromise a target. It can be used for scanning internally, three general ways. In a while, the black hat tends to use the nmap, and and of course nmap needs to be anonymized, as I mentioned. So this is generally used to connect the anonymously to the hacking, in which you never even connect to the hacking infrastructure, so non-anonymously in the first place either. But the reason you want to keep this anonymous is because you want to keep them active for as long as possible without the compromise in terms of their attribute. Then there will be no reason why you wouldn't just hack from a tour or exit node. So exit nodes can be blacklisted, it can cause suspicious. So if you are doing some sort of hacking or in a map scanning, then it's also very slow process, so you cannot do a scan very effectively. So you cannot receive the connects or receive the connect backs or the shells, which is essential for accessing hack machines. So the hacking infrastructure is required for any black hat and is for fundamental piece for the puzzle for success and not getting caught if you are a criminal hacker and that's the stable server. So these usually bought anonymously with a digital currency, like as we all know Bitcoin or mailing cash or etc. etc. The black hat would never connect to this with a real IP address. So I've said and only told about the anonymizing the server service like John Dunham, which is used to have a good, stable and reliable service from which the hacking can be done, and also to receive those connect back shells and the reverse shells. I mentioned to launch the attack and to store and peel the data as well. So where do they acquire this service from? Well, there are service for rent. There are especially resistant to influence, and the owner are lenient about what the servers are used to. And for this reason, they call bulletproof hosting service or BPHS. Also, another term is offshore hosting. So that's the theory. They should be more resistant to pressure the law enforcement. So the choice for the black hat hacker and the owner of this bulletproof hosting service is offshore service, obviously a potential one and trustworthy. And most of these servers are used for illegal activity, like they will try this service and find out the location out and in spite of the influence of law enforcement agencies, they are local to themselves and their targets are where possible to their limit. And what law enforcement agency can investigate is lack of jurisdiction, which is actually a real problem for investigating a cybercrime. So at that moment, black hat hacker uses the forum on dark web to find the bulletproof hosting service. Many are from on Russia or Chinese speaking forums, which makes them difficult to access for English speaker like us to minimize the chance of attributing and being caught. So the black hat should change the hacking inspector per major job and that is done, and that was used to do the risk of building a case of hacks performed by a black hat hackers because they are tied to the hacking infrastructure. So you change out the hacking infrastructure periodically. The major job you would have is a different hacking infrastructure account domain like domain name, Bitcoin addresses, email, and so on. So blackout doesn't want to type one job to another, so this would increase the number of crimes that would be associated and they would be convinced of. And also it appears that you have a large portfolio of crime, you will become more of a target and you will recur things like domain name, command and control addresses for tunneling out of network for guarantee. So you would tunnel over DNS, that's a common way out of network. So the hacking servers are highlighted to have DNS functionality and for robust command and control the black hat hacker. So that would register a domain name and design the system running the DNS command and control the service software as the authorities DNS servers for that domain. This way a DNS client does not even need to connect directly to the command and control or CNC infrastructure. So it receives commands and that will pass through the DNS ecosystem until they reach a authorized server or authorized DNS server. So DNS Cap2 is an example of a client and a server tool that accomplish these tasks. So we're going a little bit deeper into the hacking infrastructure, but essentially this is a sort of thing this will be used in combination with Nmap, and which is to find our target. Initially, once we have a target, to scan the network or target, and then once the target is compromised, to scan and identify further and then check out the interesting host and what ports are in there. But I thought it would be just interesting just to show you how Nmap is used in combination with an infrastructure in a real world by black hat hackers.
Hello everyone, let's talk about threat detection. So what is threat detection and response? Threat detection and response is the most important aspect of cybersecurity for IT organizations that depend on cloud infrastructure. Without the ability to recognize network intruders or other malicious adversaries in a timely fashion, IT security analysts have no hope of responding effectively to security events and effectively mitigating damage. A threat is anything that has the potential to cause harm to a computer system or cloud network. Threat detection, therefore, describes the ability of IT organizations to quickly and accurately identify threats to the network or to applications or other assets within the network. Once a threat has been detected, the next step is the response. Threat responses should be planned in advance so that action can be taken quickly. It actually important uh, threat detection is an important role for cybersecurity. Advanced threat detection. Advanced threat detection (ATD) solutions go by several different names, including advanced threat protection. However, the goal is always the same. ATD solutions are designed to detect and prevent, in some cases, zero-day attacks and malware by using a combination of detection techniques. These solutions may be comprised of more than one product to provide the comprehensive security coverage the product vendor is looking to supply. This may include a dedicated sandbox detection chamber for executing malicious files and accessing malicious URLs, as well as detected appliances for taking action based on the data provided from both the product vendors research team and the result of analysis from the sandbox detonation chamber. ATD solutions use a combination of behavior analysis and signature detection. Depending on which component of the ADT solution is being discussed, sandbox detonation chambers primarily use behavior analysis and look for changes within the environment being monitored. Dedicated protection devices may still use a level of behavior analysis. However, they will also use signature detection for real time actually. So ATD solutions is commonly a combination of behavior analysis and signature detection, and it is really important for detection threat. Read it again, guys. That's why you can catch what advanced threat detection is and how it works. Five threat detection and response challenges. A report conducted by ECG Research in 2019 reveals 76% of cybersecurity employees report that their job had gotten more difficult compared to 2 years prior. Data breaches are becoming increasingly common, and with more IT organizations moving assets into the cloud, there is more opportunity than ever for malicious adversaries. Cybersecurity professionals are facing facing unpredicted are predicted challenges in threat detection and response, such as complex cloud environments and reactively over process. With most companies now using more than one cloud environment and the average company deploying as many as 20 separate applications into the cloud, it has become increasingly difficult for SecOps to maintain adequate oversight of enterprise cloud environments and reactively over process. Threat detection is inherently a protective process, yet many IT organizations spend much of their time behaving in a reactive way, building the process and implementing the tools that drive real in IT process. Many too much in infinite arms and infinite arms race and disconnected tool suite. IT organizations rely on a range of cybersecurity tools to assist with threat detection and response, while more than one software tool is needed to support effective threat detection. A disconnected tool suite with disparate components and staffing. So, what threats are the focus of threat detection and response? Malware, phishing. Malware includes any malicious software program. Malware programs include spyware, viruses, Trojan horse, or network stealing sensitive information. So this is a overview I give, and inside your website I found this information, and I just screen record and give you to. That's why you guys can get a proper information about threat detection. So threat detection and response. Cybercrime has been on this rise lately, with sophisticated and complex versions of malware coming up. Threat detection has become more difficult than ever. Adding to this, the borderless and hybrid environment has further expanded the threat landscape. Defining categories of information security threats. Have a look, guys. Here is human error, natural disaster, environmental control failures, and deliberate software attacks. In human error, false data input, unauthorized disclosure of valuable information, at text, and natural disaster, earthquakes, lightning strikes, storm damage, at text, environmental control, power failure for long duration, internet connectivity failure, at text, deliberate software attacks, hacking, theft, spoofing. Most dangerous is deliberate software attack. Many times there is a huge human error by giving false data. Let's talk about honeypot. Have a look. A honeypot's place in the network. It actually server and firewall middle section stay honeypot. So what is a honeypot? One honeypot definition comes from the world of sponge, where Meta Harry style spies who use a romantic relationship as a way to steal secrets are described as setting a honey trap or honeypot. Often, an enemy spy is compromised by a honey trap and then forced to hand over everything he or she knows. In computer security terms, a cyber honeypot works in a similar way. Baiting a trap for hackers is a sacrificial computer system that's intended to attract cyber attacks. Like a decal, it mimics a target for hackers and uses their intuition attempts to gain more information about cyber criminals and the way they are operating, or to distract them from other targets. So it actually a trap. Honeypot is actually a trap for hackers, and it a need for cyber attacks. In honeypot attack, uh, you gain more information about your target. So guys, how honeypots work? The honeypot looks like a real computer system with applications and data, fooling cybercriminals into thinking it's a legitimate target. For example, a honeypot could mimic a company's customer billing system, a frequent target of attack for criminals who want to find credit card numbers. Once the hackers are in, they can be tracked and their behavior assayed for clues on how to make the real network more secure. Honeypots are made attractive to attackers by building in deliberate security vulnerabilities. For instance, a honeypot might have ports that respond to a port scan or weak passwords. Vulnerable ports might be left open to entice attackers into the honeypot environment rather than the more secure live network. A honeypot isn't set up to address a specific problem like a firewall or antivirus. Instead, it is an information tool that can help you understand existing threats to your business and spot the emergence of new threats. So it's actually threats your business and spot the emergence of new threats. With the intelligence obtained from a honeypot security, pros can be prioritized and focused. So this is how actually a honeypots work and how a attacker manipulated by honeypots work. Different types of honeypot and how they work. Different types of honeypot can be used to identify different types of threats. Various honeypot definitions are based on the threat type that's addressed. All of them have a place in a thorough and effective cybersecurity strategy. Email traps or spam traps place a fake email address in a hidden location where only an automated address harvester will be able to find it. Since the address isn't used for any purpose other than the spam trap, it's 100% certain that any mail coming to it is spam. All messages which contain the same content as those sent to the spam trap can be automatically blocked, and the search IP of the senders can be added to a denied list. A decoy database can be set up to monitor software vulnerabilities and spot attacks exploiting insecure system architecture or using SQL injection, SQL services exploration, or privilege abuse. A malware honeypot mimics software apps and APIs to invite malware attacks. That characteristics of malware can then be analyzed to develop anti-malware software or to close vulnerabilities in the API. Then come to spider honeypot. A spider honeypot is intended to trap web crawlers spiders by creating web pages and links only accessible to crawlers. Detecting crawlers can help you learn how to block. Many types of honeypot and their work theories different. So many benefits of using honeypots. Honeypots can be a good way to expose vulnerabilities in major systems. For instance, a honeypot can show the high level of threat posted by attacks on IoT devices. It can also suggest ways in which security could be improved. Using a honeypot has several advantages over trying to spot intrusion in the real system. For instance, by definition, a honeypot shouldn't get any legitimate traffic, so any activity logged is likely to be a probe or intrusion attempt. That makes it much easier to spot patterns such as similar IP addresses or IP addresses all coming from one country being used to carry out a network sweep. By contrast, such telltale signs of an attack are easy to lose in the noise when you are looking at high levels of legitimate traffic on your core network. The big advantage of using honeypot security is that these malicious addresses might be the only ones you see, making the attack much easier to identify because honeypots handle very limited traffic. They are also resource light. So here is a network with honeypot. Let's talk about canary tokens. Look this picture. Many information is here like personal, financial, business, file hosting accounts, gaming, social media accounts, other accounts. All the accounts you must create canary tokens. In personal, passwords and credentials, photo, email accounts, email contacts, general contact information, operating system and application license keys. All the features you can make canary token like this: business, trade secrets, research and development data, customer lists, strategic plans, insurance members, or many more. File hosting accounts like Google Docs, MS Drive, or Dropbox, OneDrive, Box. Financial system, credit card data, PayPal and payment service accounts, bank account data, stock trading accounts, mutual funds, or Skype. And other accounts you can make canary tokens: eBay accounts, Macash, Amazon, Walmart, Spotify, Hulu Plus, Netflix, iTunes, Skype, Best Buy, and as usual, common social media accounts like Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Google, Tumblr. So this is canary tokens, how you can create. Search Google thickest canary tokens. Thickest canary. Canary tokens are a simple way to describe things, an old concept. They can be super useful but require some background. So how you can create your desired canary tokens? Let's here is DNS token, unique email address, custom image webhook, Microsoft Word document, Acrobat Reader PDF document, Windows folder, fast redirect, slow redirect, many option is here. Oh shit, man. Don't know, suddenly my PC is slow down or this website is slow, I don't know. Give your website and you need to submit an email address or web URL or both space operated and need a URL, not a Dropbox URL. So I create a slow redirect token, and the token is similar to the fast redirection token. However, when the link is loaded, user browser flag information is captured. And some ideas for use: replace links with days to capture user information before user is redirected to where they want to go, embedded in documents, inserted into canary web pages that are only found through brute force. The URL is just an example. Apart from the host name and the actual token, the random string, you can change all other parts of the URL. Every time you can change, if you want, you can change all other parts of the URL, or you can make the URL different or a little part. And you need to copy this URL or copy your URL you make, which token you made. So this is how you can use canary tokens for threat hunting. So canary and open canary. Open canary attended a business gathering the other day, and someone asked me who our ideal customer would be. Our ideal customer is a small business owner that is connected about cybersecurity, wants to do something about it but doesn't know what to do. The solutions we offer recognize that small business don't have endless dollars to throw at security. With that in mind, I love things canaries, but $5,000 for two of them immediately pushes up against that cost barrier. As an alternative, we can use Open Canary installed on some modest hardware and drive the cost down significantly. In your arsenal of goodies, canaries are useful because, unlike most other devices on the network which have thresholds, canaries alert of a single hit, and for a good reason, because there's no reasonable explanation why this box should be touched unless someone is up to no good. I have seen a number of articles on how to install OpenCanary, and this isn't much different except that I have installed it instead of a user. Canary tokens are one type of customizable unique links that someone click or access these links. We can get many information of target like the IP, location, browser, target is using Tor or not, and many more information. So successfully install this Canary token. The main use of Canary tokens is track malicious activity on your own network application, web server, and start an alert. Now these days cybercrimes are increasing day by day, and new vulnerabilities and bugs in software is founding every single day. So just watch carefully the video and the command I give in my terminal. We can generate Canary tokens for different type of works like web bug, URL token, DNS token, unique email address token, custom image web application. So give comment, open Canary. We can use social engineering to track someone by sending the link by create Canary tokens. And we got many information on target by this scan, like target's IP, location of ISP, target is using Tor or not, user agent information, browser have enabled JavaScript or not, platform and operating system. So we have successfully created and triggered our URL Canary token. Even we chose Microsoft Word document, then we got Microsoft Word file to download or anything in Microsoft account. And execute permission using this command like sysmod plus x canary token detector.sh. Then we can run the script like /canary token detector.sh. When the screen is showing please enter Word document file name, and then we type the name of Microsoft Word file and hit enter. So username, text password, open canary text node, source host, source port. Now let's check email. Honey Drive, a honeypot Linux distribution. Honey Drive. Honey Drive is the premier honeypot Linux distro. It is a virtual appliance with X Ubuntu Desktop 12.04.4 LTS edition installed. It contains over 10 pre-installed and pre-configured honeypot software packages such as Kippo SSA's honeypot, Dionai and Amun malware honeypots, Honeyed low interaction honeypot, Gastroop app web honeypot and WordPort, Conport SCADA /ICS honeypot, Thag and Phonici honey clients and more. Additionally, it includes many useful pre-configured scripts and utilities to analyze, visualize and process the data it can capture, such as Kipograph, Honeyed Bees, Dionifar and ELK stack and much more. Lastly, almost 90 well-known malware analysis, forensics and network monitoring related tools are also present in the distribution. Download Honey Drive link and installation. After downloading the file, you simply have to import the virtual appliance to your virtual machine manager. The recommended visualization software is Oracle VM VirtualBox. A simple double click on the OVA file is enough. If you want to use Honey Drive with VMware products, easy importing of Honey Drive to VMware Fusion. If that doesn't work, then read this perhaps or search it on Google. And for Hyper-V server, run Honey Drive 3 on Hyper-V server. There are many features in Honey Drive virtual appliance based on Ubuntu 12.04.4 LTS desktop, distributed as a single OVA file ready to imported, and full LAMP stack installed Apache 2 MySQL 5 plus tools such as PHPMyAdmin, Kippo SSA's honeypot plus Kipograph, Kippo malware, Kippo 2 MySQL and other helpful scripts, Dionai malware honeypot plus Dionai FR and other helpful scripts, Amun malware honeypot plus helpful scripts, Glasstroop F web honeypot along with WordPress honeypot, Conport SCADA ICS honeypot, Honeyed low interaction honeypot plus Honeyed 2 MySQL Honeyed Bees and other helpful scripts, Labrea sticky honeypot, Teeny honeypot, IIS emulator and iNetSim, Thug and Phonici honey clients for client-side attacks analysis, along with multi-V malware collector, ELK stack, Elasticsearch, Logstash, Keyone for log analysis and visualization, A full suite of security forensics and anti-malware tools for network monitoring, malicious shellcode, and PDF analysis, such as NTOP, POP, EtherAP, Nmap, DFF, Wireshark, Recon NG, ClaimAP, eTrackApp, Mastiff, Automator, UPX, PDFTK, Plasm, Yara, Viper, PDF Parser, PayU, Radar 2, Dex2, Jar, and more. Firefox and ONS pre-installed, plus extra helpful software such as Gparted, Terminator, Adminer, VYM, XPDF, and more. All the features connected to Honey Drive. Let's talk about intrusion detection system. Look this. Entity, approach, protect system, structure, behavior. In behavior, instruction detection system, active and passive, structure, centralized, distributed, and protect system, host, network based and connected with hybrid, and approach, anomaly, signature, connected with hybrid and anomaly, go static and dynamic, and signature go rule based. Just watch this carefully. What relationship between intrusion detection system and its entity. Intrusion detection system, IDS, and its last update 17 January 2012 article, and an intrusion detection system, IDS, is a system that monitors network traffic for suspicious activity and issues alerts when such activity is discovered. It is a software application that scans a network or a system for the harmful activity or policy breaching. Any malicious venture or violation is normally reported either to an administrator or collected centrally using a security information and event management SIEM system. A SIEM system integrates outputs from multiple sources and uses alarm filtering techniques to differentiate malicious activity from false alarms. It actually detects or type, although intrusion classification, although there are 5 types of intrusion detection system. Number 1 is network intrusion detection system. Network intrusion detection systems, NIDS, are set up at point network intrusion detection within the network to examine traffic from all devices on the network. It performs an observation of passing traffic on the entire subnet and matches the traffic that is passed on the subnets to the collection of non-attackers. Once an attack is identified or abnormal behavior is observed, the alert can be sent to the administrator. An example of a NIDS is installing it on the subnet where firewalls are located in order to see if someone is trying to crack the firewall. And number 2, host intrusion detection system, IDS. It runs on independent hosts or devices on the network. IDS monitors the incoming and outgoing packets from the device. Number 3, protocol based intrusion detection system, PIDS. Protocol based intrusion detection system, PIDS, compromise a system or agent that would consistently resides at the front end of a server, controlling and interpreting the protocol between a user device and the server. It is trying to secure the web server by regularly monitoring the HTTPS protocol stream and accept the related HTTP protocol, as HTTPS is unencrypted, and before instantly entering its web presentation layer, then this system would need to reside in this interface between to use the HTTPS. Application protocol based. Number 4 is application protocol based intrusion detection system. It is a system or agent that generally resides within a group of servers. It identifies the intrusions by monitoring and interpreting the communication on application specific protocols. For example, this would monitor the SQL protocol explicit to the middleware as it transacts with the database in the web server. Detection method of IDS. There is a two detection method of IDS, like signature based method and anomaly based method. Signature based method detects the attackers on the basis of specific patterns, and anomaly based IDS was introduced to detect unknown malware attackers as new malware are developed rapidly. And signature based method also detects on the basis of the already known malicious intrusion sequence that is used by the malware. The detected patterns in the IDS are known as signatures. And in anomaly based IDS, there is use of machine learning to create a trustful activity model, and anything coming is compared with that model and it is declared suspicious. It is not found in model. Binary defense. Binary defense artillery. The artillery project is an open source blue team tool designed to protect Linux. Binary Defense Systems, BDS, is a sister company of Trusted Sec LLC. Artillery is a combination of a honeypot, monitoring tool, and operating system. Eventually, this will evolve into a hardening monitoring platform as well to detect insecure configurations from Unix and Windows systems. It's relatively simple. Run.setup.py and hit yes. This will install artillery in /var artillery and edit your /etc/init.d.rc.local on Linux to start artillery on boot up. On Windows, it will be installed program files, x86 artillery, and a batch file is included for startup. And project structure for artillery. For those technical folks, you can find all of the code is the following structure: artillery.py main program file, restart underscore server.py handles restarting software, remove underscore ban.py removes IPS from ban list, src slash nt underscore dos.py main monitoring module for DOS attacks, src slash apache underscore monitor.py main monitoring module for apache web service. Look, all the command is here, like you can module for configuration settings, src config.py, and main module for Windows usc prompt, src.py usc.py main central code reuse for things shared between each module, src code.py. All the command is here. Check for basic hardening to the OS. Then Let's install it on Windows. Now I show you guys how you can install it on Windows. Just unzip. Artillery was a tool I created a number of years ago to create a way for early warnings, indicators, and open source threat intelligence feeds. It's gotten a lot of momentum over time and lots of folks contributing to it. And what this means is that artillery will get a significant amount of attention, development, and enhancements from a full staff of developers versus just focusing on it when I had time. Artillery will still and always be 100% open source and a project for the community. So unzip, extract this file. Just follow this readme file, and the include of .reg file will add appropriate values in registry. This must be imported before trying to fire events. Events.py should be copied over existing file to see changes. Make a backup of original file first. Copy artillery events.dll and paste inside artillery src windows and paste here. Need time for changing. Now successfully copied. And this is for Windows installation. Artillery, and copy. copy all the file and go back to artillery folder. Program files, follow this readme file. DLL must be copied in program files x86. File integrity monitoring. It basically theme. File integrity monitoring. File integrity monitoring theme refers to an IT security process and technology that tests and checks operating system, database, and application software files to determine whether or not they have been tampered with or corrupted. FAME, which is a type of change auditing, verifies and validates these files by comparing the latest section. So why is file integrity monitoring important? Threat actors often employ sophisticated malware to alter registry files and other critical data on enterprise servers and workstations for malicious purposes. With privileged access, they can compromise vital business data and personally identifiable information or disrupt mission critical applications without being detected. This is the main reason security practitioners and IT terms in enterprise consider. Outlined below are some major areas where an FAME tool is helpful: IT ecosystem monitoring and real-time awareness. IT teams employ FAME tools to monitor their servers, VMs, and hypervisor configurations, network devices, databases, Active Directory, power solutions, and critical workstations, and real-time awarenesses. FAME can be carried out on a continual snapshot or regular basis. It can happen randomly or through any other rules that the security team sets up. A good FAME tool will monitor all components of your IT environment, including network devices and servers, workstations and remote devices, database, directories, OS and middleware, cloud-based service, hypervisor configuration, and Active Directory. At minimum, an enterprise solution should provide change management, real-time logging, centralized logging and reporting, and alerts. Often, file integrity monitoring is a part of a broader auditing and security solution that will also include capabilities such as automated rollback of changes to an earlier trusted state. And how file integrity monitoring works and best practices. File integrity monitoring examines various aspects of a file to create a digital fingerprint. It then compares this fingerprint to a known good baseline fingerprint. While native auditing tools exist, these generally all suffer from shortcomings such as decentralized stores of the security logs from multiple domain controllers, lack of information within the log entry regarding the old settings. High quality enterprise FAME software will look at many aspects of files, including created, modified, and exceed setting and permissions, security and privileged settings, content of the life, core attributes and size, hash values based on file contents, configuration values such as decentralized stores of security logs from multiple domain controllers, lack of information within the log entry regarding the old settings, and inability to recover the object configuration from the audit log, to name few. For those reasons, organizations with moderately to highly complex IT environments generally rely on proven enterprise solutions. Top 5 file integrity monitoring tools: OSSEC, SolarWinds Security Event Manager (ACM), Tripwire, Calls, Film, Trustwire. Just visit this website sysdig.com and you find main information about integrity and monitoring. Maintaining an asset inventory is the first step in securing your system. You cannot secure without it. Scope, which files and directories need to be monitored. Here is all the command and how can you do it. All the useful information is here. And just visit this website sysdig.com. Detect drift, shift left with image scanning policies. With screenshot attached, you see the documentation. Detect real-time threats with runtime policies. Linux Network Security Toolkit, NST, and it's a network security analysis. So what is a network security toolkit? The Network Security Toolkit, NST, is a suite of free open source applications for the monitoring, analysis, and maintaining of security on a computer network. NST comes standard as International Organization for Standardization (ISO) disk image that contains its own complete operating system. The top open source network security applications used by security professionals, and a web user interface WUI for working with those tools. The disk image can be written to an optional disk, CD-ROM or DVD-ROM, and booted on most NV32-bit and 64-bit computer systems based on the Intel 8086 Central Processing Unit, which is popular by naming CPU. The Network Security Toolkit is ISO Live CD/DVD NST based on Fedora. The toolkit was designed to provide easy access to best-of-breed open source network security applications and should run on most x86 64 platforms. The main intent of developing this toolkit was to provide the network security administrator with a comprehensive set of open source network security tools. Many tasks that can be performed within NST are available through a web interface called NST WL. Among the tools that can be used through this interface are Nmap with the visualization tool, JNMap, Intop, a session manager for VNC, a Manicom based terminal server, serial port monitoring, and WPA PSK management. You can read some of my you can watch this tutorial or read these articles. JNMap is the official NMAP security scanner GIU. It is a multi-platform free and open source application which aims to make NMAP easy to beginners to use while providing advanced features for experienced NMAP users. Frequently used scans can be saved as profiles to make them easy to run repeatedly. A command creator allows interactive creation of NMAP command lines. Scan results can be saved and viewed later. Saved scan results can be compared with one another to see how they differ. So this is networksecuritytoolkit.org, their official website. This bootable ISO Live USB flash drive NST Live is based on Fedora. I discussed it already. The toolkit was designed to provide easy access to best-of-breed open source network security applications and should run on most x86 64 processor. Security Onion. Let's talk about Security Onion. Here is diagram or entities: physical security, network security, prevent, guard, detect, mitigate, customer data. It just look like a onion, cutting a piece of onion, and these entities look like a shell. What is Security Onion? Security Onion is an open source that does the intrusion detection system, IDS, log management solution, monitoring. It also helps to peel back to the security layers of your enterprise. It has many security tools, including Fate, CyberSafe, Playbook, Dahava, Kivana, Suricata, Elasticsearch, and much more. Usually it gets downloaded more than 2 million times and is used by all security firms who monitor and defend the enterprise. This is a very easy way to use setup, allowing you to build the army to distribute the enterprises. So how does the Security Onion work? Are you confused about how it will work? This is the center of Kivana, which has a huge load of different types of whistle and bell, which including Waja fork. This is an open source host based intrusion detection system, and both are work for Suricata and Snort rail network. It is a driven network that does intrusion detection like bro. Logstash gathers everything in one log and Elasticsearch the files so that it becomes effective and accessible. Kivana will also allow analyzing the visualize and through that you can see what's happening from your security operation center. Kivana helps to incorporate the security that pivot the full packet and dive the points to presumed the security. Security Onion also includes a few tools such as SCORT, SNOT, Jake, Cyberchip, SGUIL, Kivana, CapMe. So number 1, SCORT. It is a web application that gets used for the query and views the event date. And SNOT, this is a very lightweight intrusion detection system. And Jake, it has another name called Bro, and it not only an open source platform and helps for network security monitoring. Cyberchip, this is one of the best web applications which is around 300 operations, which is quickly provide encoding, encryption, the conversation of different data, etc. And SQL, it makes things in the console so that it can provide the visibility to capture the data. And Kibana, it has the folk who works at Elastic. This type of tool helps pull the log to every data gets together into a single pane in the events. And CapMe, it allows you to view the PCAP transcripts so that users can easily download. Let's talk about SIEM. Entities: log collection, log analysis, event correlation, log forensics, IT complaints, application log monitoring, object access auditing, real-time alerting, user activity monitoring, dashboards, reporting, file integrity monitoring, system and device log monitoring, log retention. All the work happened in SIEM. So what is it? And SIM tools, real-time tools work, real-time visibility across an organization's information systems, event log management that consolidates data from numerous sources, a correlation of events gathered from different logs or security sources using if-then rules that add intelligence to raw data, automatic security event notifications. Most SIEM systems provide dashboards for security issues and other methods of direct notification. Why is SIEM important? Combining security information management and security event management, SIEM, security information and event management, SIEM offers real-time monitoring and analysis of events as well as tracking and logging of security data for compliance or auditing purposes. Put simply, SIEM is a security solution that helps organizations recognize potential security threats and vulnerabilities before they have a chance to disrupt business operations. It surfaces user behavior, anomalies, and uses artificial intelligence to automate many of the manual processes associated with threat detection and incident response, and has become a staple in modern day security operation centers for security and compliance management use cases. Over the years, SIEM has matured to become more than the log management tools that predicted it. Today, SIEM offers advanced user and entity behavior analysis (UABA) thanks to the power of AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. It is a highly efficient data system for managing ever evolving threats as well as regulatory compliance and reporting. So some uh, entities or some option in SIM like data collection policies, data consolidation and correlation and notifications. So all sources of network security information, servers, operating systems, firewalls, antivirus software and intrusion prevention systems are configured to feed event data into a SIEM tool. Most modern tools are used to collect event logs from enterprise systems, data collection and policies. A profile is created by the SIEM administrator who defines the behavior of enterprise systems both under normal conditions and during predefined security incidents. SIEMs provide default rules, alerts, reports, and dashboards that can be tuned and customized to fit specific security needs. Data consolidation and correlation. SIEM solutions consolidate, parse, and analyze log files. Events are then categorized based on the raw data and apply correlation rules that combine individual data events into meaningful security issues. And notifications. If an event or set of events triggers a SIEM rule, the system notifies security personnel. So security management and it workflow. First step is collect everything and then put secure data failed over complicated network models. Third step and fourth step, two must focus on top 10, and fifth, lost in compliance. Number 6, using SIM to a log search tool and collect everything. So that's it for today, guys. Hope you guys liked it and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. Today I will show you guys the real world example of Map hacking tutorial. So what is Map? It is basically a network mapper. Nmap is the second program that we are going to look. It is a huge tool and many uses. Nmap is used to gather information about any device. Using the Nmap, we can gather information about any client that is within our network or outside our network, and we can gather information about clients just by knowing their IP. Nmap can be used to bypass firewalls as well as all kinds of protection and security measures. In this section, we are going to learn some of the basic Nmap commands that can be used to discover clients that are connected to our network and also discover the open ports on these clients. We're going to use Nmap, which is the graphical user interface. So how you guys can download Zenmap. Go to your Kali Linux machine, open any browser. Here I open Firefox in Kali Linux machine and simply search in the search bar Zenmap for Kali Linux. Here is many website for download and install Zenmap in Kali Linux machine. I want to go Zenmap official website cross-platform Nmap. You guys go to this site and go to download options. Here is your desired version Linux. I download simply Linux RPM. Just press here and select the last one, Zenmap 7.921 notch.rpm. Now go to your Linux terminal and root user and give command apt get update and wait for some time. The installation program or the terminal is working, so you have to wait some time. About the total procedure, now give command apt get install alien. Now you guys can find all of these texts by giving the alien command. This is all for Zenmap installation. Again needs some time. Now the machine reading database. Simply click yes and restart. Now give command downloads, cd downloads. Now finally all the process is completed and almost installation or set up the Jane map in your Kali machine is completed. This is not so much easier, but if you guys now in your Kali machine search Jane map, give it target ID, target IP, and it works. This is the Jane map dashboard. Give commands in command box nmap, capital F pn n, and new profile. Give a profile name discover scan. Select the profile and in target box give a target. Here I give 192.168.1.0/24 and click scan and starting nmap, and the output is here: port, state, service, host name, port protocol, state version, MAC address, all the information gathered by giving a target IP and command and set a profile name. Need to do some commenting in comments box. I write DNS and save scan. So this is how you guys can download, install in your Kali Linux machine ZenMap and scan a target, and how you guys can save it and gather information about target. So that's it guys, hope you guys liked it, and thanks for watching.
So hello everyone. So today we will be talking about the Wireshark and how the software capture traffic and all. So first of all, let me show you how to download Wireshark both on Windows and on virtual machine. So first, on Windows you have to just search on Wireshark and just go to this website and just go to download, and you can download on a specific operating system that you are running. I guess I am running a 64-bit, so I can install both of these. I can download and install both of these. Also you can install a portable version if you want. So I would suggest you to go for the installation, so you would face no problem. Or if you are using Mac, then you can download this, the suitable one. So let me just download as the 64-bit. As you can see, I already downloaded it, so let me just install. It's a simple installation process. Just click next and you are done. Also it will ask you to install the npcap, so install these also. You click next and it is done. You can now just open from this desktop icon, and it's running now. As you can see, it detected all my connection. As I am on a Wi-Fi network, it is showing that Wi-Fi is at the connection meter, as you can see, and the also default this all of the connections. So that's the way you download and install on Windows. So let me show you on Linux on a virtual machine. So let me use a Kali Linux. So it's very easy to open the Wireshark on a Kali Linux, because it's just a built-in application. As you can see here, or you can just search. As you can see, Wireshark is here. You can just click and it will open up, and you can just monitor the traffic of which network you are in. ETH0 means on wired network, because I am on wired network. As you can see here, wired connection. So if you are a non-wired connection, then it will be shown as ETH1. So let's go to the terminal and check my IP addresses which I am currently on. So as you can see, I am on both ETH0 and LO local connection. So as you can see here, I don't have a IP address to sign here with the virtual interface. This is just for the traffic from virtual machine. None of them are up and running, and you will notice that it's not loopback because there is only for local communicating, and that's only for the local only thing on the computer itself. As you can see on the internet address on the SN that have a net mask and have a broadcast down here, and you have numbers like these values are not empty, so packets are passing through this, but not much more than easier way to figure out the interface you are using. So that will be go through a local manager if you are confused enough to which interface or connection you are on. Just go to this, you can see it have a wired connection. So that's all the process on Kali Linux. So let me go and try one connection packets. You can just select the network you are on, then just you press the capture, it will start capturing your network. As you can see, it will start appear all the network connection and traffics. As you can see, all of them. So as you can see, both on Windows and on Linux, both are the kind of similar. One you have to just install, and other has a built-in. So that is the way you can download and install Wireshark both on Windows and Linux. So sometimes one thing is to notice, sometimes you won't see this window because this will be like this. So all you have to do is just scroll them down and you are good to go. So I'll talk about the details in future about each of the process or filters, how they work. So that's all for the download and installation process. So hello, today I'll be talking about filters. To be more precise about protocol filters. So I will mention some other protocols that we have talked about a bit before, but we'll get more details into that now, and I will mention and explain some of the newer ones. So you have the option in the Wireshark to filter all the traffic via specific protocols, although they are very loose filters and they will give you a lot of information, and you want to downsize and also you want to trim the information further. So we'll at this later stage apply some of the filters to it as well. So with this, now I want to explain to you what you are seeing in this moment. You are seeing all those traffics that I saved, because you can see it's not running anymore because I stopped the traffic. Because if I continue to capture all the traffic, then I will run out of the RAM and this will just continue and continue and continue. So that's why I just stopped at some moment, so that I can give you the details about the filters without any problem. Because when you capture a lot of traffic, your PC will become slow and it will be hard to work. So that's why I stopped, and as you can see, I have all those traffics, and in this bar we will try to filter out the protocols. So you can see apply a different filter. You will filter this in here. It will display. Then if you search any filter, then it will show in here in separately. So we can go ahead and install very fast protocol filters. So So you can see at the moment there is a certain variety of a protocol there that are being displayed all in here. As you can see, I already captures a lot, and we have a different types of protocols like, as you can see, SSDP, DNS, TCP, MDNS. Also, most of them are TCP, but also you can see there are a lot TLS, UDP, SSDP. You can see a lot of protocols in that I captured in a short moment. So you can see the numbers and packets that I captured. Like I captured packets like 13,573, and it displayed all of that. That's why it showed 100%. Because it's showing 100%, that because I stopped the capture. That's why if it's keep in running, then it will show how much it captures in a minute by minute. So we'll go ahead and go the filter field and type TCP and press enter. As you can see, that's all of the TCP protocol that I captured in a couple of minutes. As you can see, lots of TCP. So if we go back down here, as you can see, it displayed 10,809 protocols, which is similar, which is in a accurate of 80%. So you might think, excellent, outside is the track. We have downside the information that we have processed, and we have got like 10,000 packets. So here is a very long amount of, because primarily packets, because I don't have a lot of active internet connection at that moment, and also I stopped it. So that's why it's not capturing anymore. If I keep running, it will continue to capture all the traffics based on the TCP protocol. So if I was like doing something, then they will catch something like, if my DNS server was up and if I was communicating with other computers in LAN, the number of these packets will jump to 100 and hundreds of thousands eventually in a minute. Eventually it will go into a limit that your PC cannot handle. So I have now that after a while it will probably be live capture process, and that will crash my computer because I would simply run out of the RAM. Because therefore we are going to go ahead and try different protocol filter aside from TCP. So there are some basic protocol that you need to be acquainted with, like we are going to now try the UDP protocol. UDP. As you can see, it captured 2,707 packets, and it's 20% to the whole. As you can see, it's all UDP. So we didn't talk much about UDP previously. So UDP is a user datagram protocol that I'll explain it to you in a second. So I just wanted to show you the packets that captured and displayed. So this is like displaying 20% of the total content primarily, because there isn't that much UDP traffic in general, not unless you are doing some sort of void application like Skype, So if you are using Skype, then it would be hundreds and thousands of UDP traffic in a minute. So you can see here it's only now 20%. So the 20% is something manageable, so it's something you can deal with it. It is I think fantastic to deal. So you can see there closer the traffic out of the 20% are kind of HTTP request and also standard query. Most of them are HTTP request, as you can see here, and some are the protected payload. Also, you saw there I was connected to Google Drives and mails, so that's why my DNS and the DNS in the information that showed the function over UDP. So I'll talk more about in a moment, but the time being we're gonna stick with it the UDP. Unlike DCP, that does not guarantee delivery at all, so it just transmit that it just packets, so as go through it sends packets and there is no guarantee. So as a whatsoever you go on the other side to receive them, that's why it is very unreal and it is not very reliable, especially if you are using it for some sort of chat application for messaging or something of a kind. But it is extremely fast, it's much faster than TCP, and that's why some users things like DNS servers like these. So DNS server or bot application do tend to use them, but whether you are going to use a application uses a DNS or not, or whether an application is TCP or UDP protocol, that's purely the person developing the application, so it is not mandatory requirement by any means. So next up, as you can see, I already did some DNS filtering, and there are two ways that we can do it. The first one is relatively obvious. You can go ahead and search field and do the DNS search. So let me show you down here. After you press the enter, it is filter out the DNS service from most of the Microsoft.com and also Google.com and some other traffics that it captured. I will show you other DNS servers into the next lectures, while we open that and capture traffic at a time while browsing internet. So we'll talk about in the future lectures. So now let's talk about the DNS. As we also know that DNS function over UDP, although it can function over TCP as well. So we can just do this. I already copied it, and let me just filter something like TCP, and you can see the also spoof DNS traffic like this. So we can monitor it in such a way that port rather than by typing in DNS. So typing DNS is a lot of simpler, but this gives you a specific results that you want to see. So which in my case it already displayed to 385 cases and nearly 3% of total traffic that goes on my network. So at that moment, this is primarily because I have not made, and I have stopped the capture, and during the capture I have not made that many queries. So I also have not opened pretty much any website or anything over the kind, so which was already open in my browser, it stood like this. and a few pages that I refreshed, but nothing much. So 2.8% of a little traffic that it is that showed in this specific port traffic protocol. So next up we have ICMP protocol. As you can see, it captured all of this because let me just start capturing again. Okay, then let me let me just start capturing again. So let me just type something in a comment like ping okay, let me just open it again so that it captures. Okay, as you can see, it shows not any packets in this because it doesn't so we have ICMP that more commonly known as a ping. So it is a fantastic tool and a fantastic protocol to test and troubleshoot the connection. So basically here is an example. One of those days when you open up a browser and you do not open any page. So basically, whether you have connection issues or whether your browser issues or something of a kind, you can just solve dilemma with a ping by simply doing this. As you can see, it's not showing any packet, but if I do a ping like this, it will show all those. As you can see here, it will show you all those results. So in Windows, it will show 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or 10 protocols, but in virtual machine or Kali Linux, it will show hundreds and thousands of packets. But in Windows, it will limit to 10. So I just filter out the ICMP packets using the command prompt tools to ping the google.com. So I don't want it to show all of these things because it's going to be confusing and we will not be able to see them. So I'm not just going to go ahead and just show you that. So these are the number of ICMP packets primarily because we have not transmitted previously. So after ping at google.com, ICMP package shows all those requests. So it just go on with Linux machine, and on Windows machine it will repeat 5 to 10. So in another machine like Linux, it will just repeat and repeat. So you can see that communication between me and this Google server, which is like a Google server. Basically the IP address of google.com, it showed packets like 8, which is 1% of the total packets that are currently running. As you can see, it's already running. So I know that I have a internet connectivity that have the ability to reach the outer world if my browser don't open up pages and something like that. So it could be there. So something wrong with the browser of a firewall that my local network is preventing me the proxy server. That could be the proxy server, and that's preventing me to exit into on the net. So any case, would be it for the, so that's it for the capturing and displaying a filter separately on Wireshark application. So in the next we'll talk about the IP string and port filters. So hello, and today I'll be talking about another set of filters that we're going to need in order to able to analyze the packet in depth. So, and in order to minimize the amount of packets that we will capture, so that we have a smaller capture files and that we have a great precision, and that will provide us what we need. So not a lot of redundant information that we don't really want. In any case, I'm just going to go ahead and select my filters here, and the first thing I want to explain is SRC DST. It means source destination. So easily when you see these two keywords being used in all sorts of filters, SRC simply stands for source and DST stands for destination. So it can refer to an IP to a protocol, and in general in a living sort of environment, SRC, DST, those are the medication for source and destination, that they can be used as such. So anyway, the first letter to have that we wanted to show you is IP dot source equal. So in this manner you can filter all the traffic coming, so that has the contain in a certain IP address. So all packets that contains a source IP address that user specific will be displayed, and aside from that you can also type in, like, let me do this, IP dot destination. So there you go. That's gonna do exactly the opposite thing. That's kind of the display all the packets with a specific destination IP address. So if you want to like for example, so you want to see who is transmitting what or something like that, or who is receiving what on the network, you can use these sort of filters. So aside from that, you have a general IP filter. So you can see it's the first one, and that the Wireshark offer us is IP dot address ADDR. So this will sort the filter in a general that all packets containing a certain IP address will be displayed regardless whether it's a source or a destination IP address, and they will be displayed no matter what, and they will be displayed with assigned from the IP filters. So you have a port filter which are usually used to combination with them. So ideally you want to comply to 2, 3 or 4 filters that get very specific information that you want without any redundancy or whatsoever. So it can go at, like, let me show you, like TCP dot source port SRC, as you can see this one source port, and also you can as you can see you can put any port like 80 or 53, you can type whatever you want. So you can, as I shown an example in here, you can type any port like 53 or 80, basically any number that you want aside from this. So aside from this, you can also do what we did with the IP addresses. So you can type in like DST, or so the destination port if you want to move in a general filter, or you can just type in TCP dot, simple way, TCP dot port. So that wasn't so difficult. So just a TCP dot port equals it says specify a port, and aside from that you can also type like UDP on UDP dot port. So more often than not you will be certain where there is something is using a TCP or UDP protocol. So you see how we are combining three different types of filter here, and we have IP address. So we have combining them, you can see whether they can come and work together. So we have, I said, a IP address filter. So now we have a filter that we can protocol, the protocol filter. So let's say one of the port that you want to make a statement, and in order to be very precise you want to certain things like whether it's UDP or TCP. You can following things like IP address, and as I already typed it, so if you search this, as you can see, it already showing my results of this. So the sets of rules when applied is certainly going to display all the DNS server, as you can see, DNS protocol, so that my machine has generated as long I was capturing the traffic. So as I said, my IP address is 192.168.1.1, and my router IP address is this 192.168.1.103, because I'm using a wireless network. So this is basically my router, and there is no DNS records here. It just shows now that there is a caching process of some sort of going on. So I do not know that that's the router specification, but that's not, rather than this is us what is relevant. However, in this all of the DNS traffic is more or less being forwarded from my router to my ISP provider, and they are responding again to my router, and my router is telling my machine is that they are giving the machine the necessary information to filter itself. So it goes like this. So the first segment here where it says the IP address, and that's all packets containing this IP address shall be displayed double at %sign. So if either of those two conditions are met along with the IP address, you will be displayed these results of the specific way that you want or typed in the filter. So you can do stuff with it. So all the information down below is displayed in a ASCII formation, so do not get worry about it. It is very easy to understand. So I will show you what this means in the future lectures, and on for you don't need to worry about the hexadecimal numbers. They are pretty quite to understand and figure it out what they represent in general, so you don't need to read them all. You just need to read like a first set of something that you can figure when you refer to it. So what it might be in my case, I could do in these ways to capture and differentiate the IP protocols in different way that I shown in this video. So that's all. I'll be talking about this more in the future lectures. So hello, so now I'll be talking about the HTTP packet analysis. So before I actually begin, I made a live capturing session running for a couple of minutes to capture the all traffic towards a website that has a HTTP request. So as you can see, I filtered my protocol to HTTP, as you can see again. So as you can see, these are all the HTTP protocols that I captured in a couple of minutes session that I saved. So there are a lot of HTTP requests, as you can see. I have specified my filter to be HTTP, as that is one of those that are the sort of package that I would like to analyze today. So after showing you sort of useful information, you can extract from them. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on the first one to get the this one, http/1.1, and we are no longer going to need to the upper window. So let me brought this, so can you have a better view. So I'm going to maximize this and trying to, because I will go to talk about all of this. So let me go and first talk about the frame, which I captured is like 10,465. So we are not going to be dealing with this, as the network admin generally won't be extracting information from this layer. So in any case, this is the physical layer. Remember when we talked about the model, this is the physical layer. It says just as the title, frame 10,465 and 493 bytes on wire, which is 3,944 bits, that 493 byte captured on interface. So that's not really that interesting to us. So let me hide this and open up Ethernet 2. So Ethernet 2 is a standard. So that's the name for a general standard used worldwide. So right after the comma, as you can see, it says SRC and some sort of name in written, and it says Hi Pierre Airline, and this portion of MAC address, as you can see here. The beside the point next to it is, it showed the name of my router that using. So the destination, as you can see, the router destination it is showing, and the MAC address, and also shows the address of this destination, and also it shows the bits. So that's the MAC address of my network card, of my wireless network, and right next to it you have a DST, as you can see here, DST. So as I am going to go ahead and show you this. So it goes something like colon dot 0 dots is equal to LG bit of globally unique address, which is a factory default. So this is the MAC address of my router. So my router is a point that I use to access the internet. So all my traffic that goes outside my network has to go through my router, and this is how a very useful way of pretty much figuring out which devices are communicating on the network without knowing their IPs, so that you can have just a look at the MAC address and you can know who is communicating with who, aside from the first three set of hexadecimal number with MAC addresses. So with the sort of information you can just browse in the net, and it's fairly easy to find, so you won't have a difficulty in there. As you can see, it is also the type that shows is IPv4, because I am using the IPv4 network. So let me hide this, and now let's talk about the internet protocol version, IP. So IP protocol version 4, there is also version 6, so you know. So once again we have a source into SRC, as you can see here, SRC, and have a destination of my network that go ahead, and as you can see it marked in here at the bottom, as you can see in the hexadecimal number. How this is works, as you can see, is pretty easy to understand. So there you have it. So as you can see, I have a source of 192.168.1.1 and destination is designed the destination IP, which is not my router. So this time the HTTP requires the destination IP address, which is my 192.168.1.103, and that's the IP address of the website called the website, which is the website called. So it already has been resolved, so we are not analyzing DNS packets here, rather than instead of HTTP requests. So as you can see, it has a differential service field also, and that was the length of the field and also flags. If you want to know, as you can see, it also protocol like TCP/6 protocol. So it has all the source of information that you need, and as I previously told about, this is the source address and this is the destination address. So we have one more in a field like source. So this is a flag that you have information about the API and which window you are using, and also timestamp. So now we'll talk about this transmission control protocol or TCP. So lots of information here once again. So I just look at it so I can define all of those. So there have a, as you see, SRC port once again with the DHT port. So right here I have marked the HTTP request, and there right here, which is source port like 62830, as you can see in the down here, it also marked, and the destination port is 80. So thus as the source port, I have many thousands, 62,830. So what is that? So that is not the port on which we are listening. So this is the port on which we are transmitting, and we are transmitting our information toward the destination port. So these are the source port are randomly generated by your machine, and they can pretty much any number within a given range, any number, like I have 62,000 something. So there you go. Let me minimize this, and okay, did I talk all of this? Okay, yeah. So let's at the end, let's talk about the hypertext transfer protocol. So or HTTP, as you can see in the method given below, as you can see, it's all under the hypertext. So there you go, request method. So get to the UI. As you can see in Windows, you will see the black slash, in a host or connection, but in other or virtual machine like Linuxes, it will be just like just black slash with a single word in all virtual machines except for Windows, which is Unix based, so they use it like that. So in Windows you will see it has like a slash or slash n this way. So every other system out there except Windows is basically a marketing for a root folder, and that is the folder that requested the web server, and in Windows it's a /. So this is just a bit of information related to Wireshark. So if you are curious, on the down below, as you can see, it has a user agent like Mozilla /5.0. It says that I am running on a Windows machine 64-bit and x64 machine, and also using Chrome. So the web server which I made request knows that what I am running, which is the Mozilla, and what my browser is, that also knows what my version of the browser is. So it knows my operating system, also it knows my processor architecture. So if we go down further below, we see that the languages that is being passed is like this under here, as you can see, hexadecimal. So all of this related to that. So the default language browser is also set here, as you can see. Here English language, English US, and the full request URL is this, and the response in frame is 10,523. So as far as I know, they generally tend to use the IP addresses. So if you have an IP address that is coming from a certain country, it is it is going to layout of the page itself, which will display the language of the country, which can be annoying. So it can be annoying from a time to time if you are using that, but there are workarounds around some, so you can go around like things out there. So it's not that complicated to bypass such mechanism, and plus on top all the information and the add-ons are pretty much from all popular browsers out there, and which enable you to actually modify this information. So instead of this being user of a Mozilla, it can be Chrome or something like Safari. So in fact, if you are using and don't know the internet, so there are lots of add-ons that can use a fake information here and transmit all of that. So no harm there. You can try and use it and test it out if you want to. It's just something that you can play around with. So in any case, it would be as far as this particular package is concerned. So we'll analyze a great deal of on the later about this, but just I want to give you an idea of what sorts of information that you can gain from this frame, Ethernet and ICP and transmit TCP, and also from hypertext and the individuals packets. So later on, as we progress, I will create a real scenario and we'll do some exercise, and also I will create problems for us to solve, and that how we can use to Wireshark to track down a particular problem on the network. So that's all for the HTTP packet analysis. Hello. So now I will demonstrate how dangerous it is to use HTTP protocol to log into your email account and your PayPal account, or pretty much anywhere, as all the information, as I mentioned before, is sent to a clear text under the hypertext transfer protocol. So before I begin to capture, and therefore I will show you how it is done. keeping to note that all I am doing here is within my own network, because I am connecting to my own wire network. So this is my home network setup. All the router in mine and computer is mine. So all the other devices that are in my position, so I could do with them as I please. So however, you cannot do this on a public network, that you don't have a permission to access or sniff the traffic or anything of a kind. So let's get out of the way. So let us begin with the demonstration, and let's see how we can use Wireshark to actually extract credential from an encrypted web traffic. So first thing first, we capture some of the information like I captured a couple of minutes, and we have to change my interface to wired connection, as I am on a wired connection. So before the capture goes ahead and start displaying information, let me talk about the preemptive measure here. So I am going to type a HTTP address, not HTTPS. So I am going to type this, and I am going to, this is the default, this is the correct username and password, but I will type like a random username and password and try to sign in, and because it's false, so I cancelled. So as you can see, it gives a error. So let me go to Wireshark and search the HTTP request and go to this one. So I stop the traffic capturing. So now I will talk about how this works. So now I am not doing anything. The network is inactive, and those 332 packets that displayed are all in this traffic, and the HTTP requests that I got are total 8. So let's look into this. So let's look at the IP address. So it says http:// then the IP address to this, and what I have highlighted is so this part of the address is these HTTP protocols that we have mentioned before, that which are all an encrypted track, and it transmits and everything in clear text. As you can see, everything transmitted in clear text. So nothing is encrypted or anything of a kind. So as I use the wrong username and password, it will saved all of this in here, and it captured all of the username and password and all the credential that I used to log in the page, but failed to do so because I used the wrong password. So as I use the password, so it's pretty simple. As you can see in the Wireshark itself, the authorization field, that I type the username, that is a credential that I used as a user, and as you see, a random, and the password all shown in here, because it captured the traffic that I used from a HTTP website, not HTTPS. So any line network for anything of a kind that you can monitor for all the traffic that goes back and forth on it. So this is just what I've done. Now I have monitored traffic locally, so from my computer to the internet, and that's very easy to do, and I can get all the valuable information from here using the Wireshark from a HTTP request. but there are setups for you that you can actually monitor other computer. So not on computer directly, but you can just monitor what is in the wires and what moves through it and all the packets that are coming to you, and but not meant to you that are coming, so you can save it or look at it as you want. That's what I talked about in the previously, that when I mentioned the monitor modes and network cards, that any case we shall deal with it in the future lectures. We'll talk about the details or a great importance to us to able to monitor this information. So that's all about the safety or all monitoring all sorts of credential and passwords and how we can utilize this. Hello everyone, so now I will show you how we can confirm your firewall setting with Wireshark, or how you can monitor them to an extent in any case of what happens to all the packets once they get, and once the firewall is configured for them and dropped, how that affect your interaction with other devices on the network. So as always, I'm just going to go ahead and select my interface that I'm currently using. Start a live capture session. Before anything pops up here, I will take measures and I'll just type ICMP. ICMP, as you can see, there is nothing here. There isn't much traffic going on here on the fast places because I'm not doing anything, and on my virtual machine, as you can see, I don't have any Firefox browser even open, so that's why it's not detecting that much packets at all. So anyway, as you can see, there is an empty screen here, nothing is displayed. There is no packets, nobody is speaking, anyone need anybody, and now I can open up my virtual machine. And so this is something most of the time blocked on the businesses, because businesses block this sort of protocol ICMP. However, here I left to open, and later on I will block it, so you can see what will happen here. So I will just ping on my comment like ping.google.com. As you can see, taking requests from google.com and taking some incoming traffic, and we're gonna get a lot of requests from this ping google.com. So as you can see, there is connectivity like request reply, because this is will repeat and repeat. I don't think this will stop. Now I'm going to go ahead and open up my terminal. Now as you can see, it's still running request reply at this rate. So I'm gonna stop all of this. So I will block all things. So I will no longer uses the machine that will continue. So other device will still able to ping me. However, I will not able to reply them. So then generally this is a good thing, as what you do is you minimize your downside but potential threat that are risk from your server. So I mean, it's not only that a big of deal, but it used to be a big of deal from the old days, and that has been fixed now, and we are not going to have any problems here. So anyway, in any case, we're going to go as in terminal, and we'll type this IP tables space -I space output space -P space ICMP, that will block, and space J -J, and I will drop this connection. So still, as you can see, it requested. So as you can see, we dropped all the requests, and now we are not receiving any reply. As you can see, previously we was able to request reply, and now we are just receiving requests with just this. With this comment, like okay, not this comment. With this comment, you are just seeing just request. So that's why the ping is going through, and it is passing, and it is reaching us, but we are not responding our network card due to our firewall rules that we typed in our terminal. So it just takes the packets, and then it sees, and it is something that a firewall has prohibited. So, and it doesn't go, it doesn't react. So there is no outbound traffic, nothing is happening. So I can be pinged, but nobody knows because I am not responding their request, and I am not responding to anybody, and this is nothing. So this is very nice feature that you can implement, especially in Linux, since the firewall are completely open source and you can do whatever you want with them. So that's the filtering command, and that's usually you can apply those similar filtering commands to Wireshark as well. So that's a very interaction happening in this case. As you can see at this end, it's all now receiving all requests, but previously we were receiving like request reply. So that's all for it. Hello everyone. Now I'll be talking about a command line interface for Wireshark. But before I go into all of that, let me just say that we went over in the first portion of our lectures, and what we learned about some of the basic and fundamental things that needed to use the Wireshark and successfully capture the traffic with it. Now from this point onward, we will be dealing, and we will start to deal with some of the advanced things, and we will move into the advanced things. So you haven't watched the first part, so make sure you check this out, how to counter by Wireshark, and make sure to tune in there and have a look at these videos, and then come here, because I'm not going to be using the graphical interface for Wireshark now. So you might wonder yourself, why would anybody not want to use the graphical interface? I mean, surely it's easier, but theoretically it is familiarly easier, because people who are just clicking places instead of typing in comments. However, not all environment supports the graphical interface, especially server environment. So what is most likely happen is, when you will need to go and capture the stuffs like routers, for example, that will not support the graphical environment, so you won't be able to install Shark on a router. So anyway, for router I will have a separate section we will talk about in the future. So in any case, today I want to focus on this command line interface, and I want to show you how you can actually do this within an environment that doesn't have a graphical interface at all. And for example, some sort of server such as web server or DNS server or something of a kind. So you won't be able to do anything else other than to use the only command line interface. or there is actually another option which is quite common these days as well. So you can set your server up in a such a way that it forwards information in a certain place, and that's you can complete it up by computer workstation with a workspace install, and in a way that you can capture traffic as well. So that is what they mostly do on routers. They set up 1/4 of the router to which all the data copies and transmitted, and in a such way that also monitor the traffic. But with that we will deal that later on. So I just want to introduce you the command line interface that I want to show you how it works. So this is the virtual machine on Kali Linux. So I will be using a command line on Kali Linux. So let me go to the root. So I want to just talk about the command line interface and how works and how Wireshark works on a command line. So one more thing to notice, when you have an interaction, you can have an active interaction between your command line interface and your graphical interface also. For example, you can create a file on a server somewhere that doesn't have a command but that doesn't have a graphical interface. Then you can use the command line interface from Wireshark to capture all the packets and pull them and put them into the file afterwards. So you can either send the file via the email, or you can save it via the USB, or bring it physically to a different computer, or something of a kind where you have a graphical interface afterwards. So all that information that is saved within a file and the extension for Wireshark files. So you have a different text interface like .txt or text xtxt or something of a kind. Or for Wireshark files, it's not to be capped. So be to cap to then cap dot is a cap file like cap file. Anyway, you can import that file into Wireshark, and that one actually has a graphical interface and analyze it there. Apply filter during and that you want, like ICMP or DNS or TCP, which one do you need. So you can test the filter in a specific way. So I will show you a greater details when we progress through in the future about this. So for the time being, I just wanted to introduce you to the command line interface of where I start. So without further ado, I'm just gonna go ahead and type in Kali Linux. I will just type tshark is a Wireshark command help. Typing mistake, as you can see. So as you can see, it loaded the command. So this is gonna give us a list of possible arguments that we pass on to a command, like this or this and this. Lots of command you can process. So tshark is a command, then you can use like tshark -h, like this command for help, display the help and exit. So you will be able to use the command line interface successfully without any problems or anything of a kind, and you will understand the power of it. So what you can do it is where it will excel the most, because you know that all honesty you will need to use the command line interface, whether you like typing command in or not, you have to use the command line interface. Eventually at some of the times as a network administrator you will have to use it primarily, because you will encounter this environment where you simply don't have any sort of graphics whatsoever. That being said, this side of the time being, I'm just gonna go ahead and scroll up, and you can see the whole of the incredible amount of argument that you can actually pass from the filtering, and from filtering the output or giving the flags that when to stop the capture or even when to start the capture, or even example such as specify start to capture in an hour and capture packets for maybe 30 minutes, then stop. So repeat the process again into the 2 hours of something of a kind. The possibilities are practically infinite, which is a pretty nice for its command line tool. It can be made to fit the tool situation. So to say, I typed like tshark.-h, as you can see, it loaded this all capture interface I, F for capture filter as per snap lane, I for monitor mode, and all of those modes you can do with just command line. So also you can see this is a running as a user root, because this could be dangerous, and tshark is a free software and you have rights to use, but you have your own risk to use this information and use this software. They didn't guarantee anything, more likely than not, so it will come in handy and very useful in a lot of situation. So anyway, I'll talk about a lot of the comments and arguments in the future lectures. So today I will start going over various arguments so that can be passed to tshark commands. So if you remember them from the previous lecture, and one of the very things that I taught you is how to select an interface that you want to conduct in a live capture with a graphical user interface of a Wireshark. So same things here, you need to pick a network interface to capture a traffic on, but of course you don't have any listed in anywhere here, so you cannot actually see them unless you press a proper argument to the commands, and the program will list that for you. So this is the virtual machine that I am using. This is the Kali Linux, so I will be using the commands on this virtual machine. So let's use the terminal. So let's type tshark -d. So and there we go, we have listed an interface here and that we can conduct a live capture on. Since I am running in a root mode and all of them are displayed and I can actually listen on all of them. So if I wasn't on a root mode, I wouldn't be able to do this as a tshark command. So they both require either root mode or is a elevated privilege depending on the system that you are using. So I'm talking about Linux, Kali Linux. Of course, in Windows, as long as you have the default user under the installation as a default user, you should be able to do this similar without any problem. So by the way, tshark command works in both Windows and on Linux as well. It's pretty similar, so you shouldn't have any worries there. Anyway, I'm going to take a look at my interface list, and I know that I'm using the number 1, which is my active internet connection. Ethernet 0 means wired connection, ETH 0 means wired connection, ITH 1 wireless. So we'll just go ahead and select it here for you this one. So if you are not sure how to check which interface you are using, you can just go ahead and revert it. You can just go ahead. In terms of the video, I explained it in details how you can do this and check this. So now how we can figure out which interface you are using in the moment and how to start a live capture processing on it. So I will not do that now because I already done that previously. So instead I will go ahead and immediately start the capture process. So I'm just gonna type T-Shark -I and my network name ETH0. As you can see, it's start taking some connection from here. As you can see, so in this argument which are required in order to specify the interface which you want to use, and then just type the name of the interface, like I typed ETA0. Maybe you have a different one, you type that you are working with your virtual machine or your main machine, and that will start a capture session on the particular interface. Now keep a note here, the information displayed here is not saved and they are with a less useful to us. So we need some sort of information that will be saved somewhere in a file which we can review at a later time, or in a different machine where we can actually have a graphical interface. So just by performing live capture mode without any sort of saving process or anything in kind. So generally people use it for the monitor traffic at a particular point in time when they know that something is going to happen. So for example, you want to see what's going on with these pings. So somebody is picking yourself, so that you know you are picking yourself at a very particular point in time. So you just start feeling like after the process in here, apply a capture filter, and then you have a look at and see whether it's passing or not. So what's going on here is being dropped, and if it's reaching you or something of a kind, if you know that you can spot people using Facebook on your network doing a work hours or something of a kind. So there's a better way to do that, but this is just one of them. So anyway, I will stop the capture by just closing the terminal. So I'll now open the terminal again, and I will type the same command as I previously did, tshark -d. So the list of the interface, and notice how to the name of ETHO there is a number as well. As you can see, this is the number. So also you can type like tshark -i and just use the number, not use the name. As you can see, it process the same way. So but personally I wouldn't advise, because this primarily you can have a multiple interface. For example, like tshark -i etho -i any. So here we go. It's going to perform a live session on both ETHO and also on other available interfaces. So of course this command doesn't make much sense now or make any sense at all in generally, because what's the point to specifying one interface that specify the telling that T-Shark program to actually listen on the other interfaces as well. So what would be the general practice in T-Shark? So let me write another command like T-Shark hyphen I ETHO hyphen I. Perhaps on an interface that you had, that is running. I don't have any other running interfaces here, but you could listen. For example, if you had a USB wireless card and if you are connected to it, you will be connected via your integrated wireless card network via the integrated wireless. So you could specify these two interfaces here after the argument and perform a live session on those, all three of them or just one of them as you want. It's all depending on you, what you are working or what you need. So depending how you wanted to set it up, go ahead and try that out. So let me now clear this and go to our first line -d. So in a -d command is the same command, and once again I have the listed my interfaces, but instead of actually using the name as the interface, I am going to have a look and I am going to take a look what is next right to it, as I already previously told you a couple of minutes ago how you can just call it using the number. So but as I previously told, I really wouldn't primarily recommend this, because you can specify multiple interfaces to listen on, and what you have when you have a 3, 4, 5 or longer list of arguments, is going to be a lot harder to identify them and to see which interface corresponding to which number. Of course it is a computer, it's not a big deal, but for us it's kind of a complicated. But to you as a user, when you take a look at it, when you take a look at the syntax of the command, is going to be a lot of harder to distinguish. So what is that is we recommend using the actual name of the interface so that you can work on easily. So primarily you can tell the Wireshark to listen to multiple interface by a command line. So let me just type in these two commands 1 and 2 to connect. So T-Shark space -I ETHO -I any. As you can see, this one and this one I have connected these two one, as you can see. So my wireless interface and my main interface are both connecting and capturing the two interfaces. Now imagine you have a like interface that set a filter, and then another interface that set a filter, and then another interface that set other comments that you can apply. So it would be very difficult to find the area around. So if the name of the interface were just numbers, it's much simpler to have them as they were here, and now they are shown by. So I have config command, so I'm just gonna go ahead and try another one like T-Shark. If I just type this, it's not gonna start listening to all of my interfaces by default, nor will it start listening to the interface that I am using in that moment. by default. Rather, instead what we will do is it will start listening to the first listed interface that we are going to get from t-shirt-d, this one, from t-shirt-this link. So by default, if you just type in t-shirt and the first interface, that it will start to connect this first one. But if you have a internet connection on this one, so you have to type that separately, but it won't connect and analyze those packets by default, because it will analyze the only first one by default. So that's all. So there is a type of a lot of arguments and comments, but that will start to capture the process and start capturing on their first interfaces, as I told you, which is the most likely someone's like this, Bluetooth or something of a kind. So there is no traffic of whatsoever. Then they start figuring out what is wrong. Then they start looking at it, and takes about like 10 to 15 minutes on average. So just to save you some time, I want to make this back rather clear, that in any cases you just have to type like this or like this, you want to which one you want to analyze. So that's all for it. I will talk more about this in the future. So hello, now I will show you how you can actually save your capture file and how you can output it from a pickup file, and then later and open it elsewhere. This will be the case. So that will be your regular practice if you are capturing files with a partial command line interface, primarily because you will be doing a capturing the environment that doesn't have any graphical interface whatsoever, and it can be a bit of tricky or bit of a difficult to analyze the packet in such a way. So therefore you will say that your general practice will be save it a file, or either mail it, or either take it to your USB or some kind of save file, or bring it to the environment where you actually have a or have a GUI where you have a analyze it, or you have all those options where it's a lot of simpler. So in this lecture I will show you how you can actually analyze and filter it through the file with tshark command, and make it through the interface with the command line, and which is kind of a tricky, but as I said, sometimes you just don't have a time to, or don't have any option to take it elsewhere, and so you're simply forced to do it any case. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and open up the terminal, and let's type it shark home So I have typed this as my output file name and the file for the writing. So however, it can be pretty tricky, especially in Linux or Unix like environment. Here, what else here in this moment, as you can see, so if I specify some random directory, let's say, which is a directory, is a user and chronic /testcap, and I'm gonna go ahead and name the file, that the file name is testcap or .pcap. So keep in mind that you do need to give it an extension, like this is the extension of a Wireshark file extension file p.pcap. So I mentioned in the previous lectures, pcap is the file type and that the Wireshark associated with. So if I, as you can see, if I enter the command, as you can see, some of the components of the system which can actually end up missing with it. I mean, practically the rendering of a system that are not probable. So as you can see, I am on a root, so I have the maximum permission, so there is nothing I cannot do. But even so, if I run this tshark command and it says that the file of the which would be saved this but could not be opened, so it couldn't be saved on a current test, so the permission denied it. So what I have to do is now I have to choose to another place that can be readable and writable. So let's go and type it out, tshark now I'll write this tstcap dot pcap so we have a tmp folder where pretty much anything can be written. So there are no executing privilege there, so pretty much anything can get you to here. So I can now conducting a live capture. As you can see, I conducted a 340 captures. So I'm gonna just go ahead and capture the cancel the capture process. So Control C is the process that you can stop the any terminal at any moment. So now I'll just open up the Wireshark application. So let me just open this file that I saved. So let me go open, and as you can see, this is the folder that I saved. As you see, home temporary testcap.pcap. So this is the file, as you can see. So I open it up, and there you can see you have a lots of traffic in here. So I have saved a lots of packet, as you can see here, like 344. So I can even check it as DNS. As you can see, there are lots of DNS packets in here. So everything else away and leaves the DNS traffic here to analyze. You can analyze it anywhere from the file itself. You don't need to capture the live analyze and then you have to search. You can do it from anywhere, even from the file. So what we will do is we will deal with the subject more bit later on. So but for the time being, I just want to show you something else now. Suppose you don't have a Wireshark program running and you need to open a file. So what can you do? So what you need to do is you can also type in a comment, like let me minimize this. You can type in a comment. Okay, let me just open this terminal. Control C. So if you open it up and some sort of text file editor or something of a kind, I mean you can still get bits and pieces from it, but it's not really advisable as you really want to get information from it, because that's not the obvious way to get the file to read. So it's gonna be a binary file, as you'll see soon enough. So I'm going to go ahead and type in less slash temporary slash tst cap dot pcap. Temporary tst cap dot okay, I make mistake. tst cap dot pcap. Okay, so let me just explain this. This is generally a command to list a text file of some sort of file in a pretty much of open it and give you a preview. So you cannot edit anything. It's fascinating because it's a safeguard against the accidentally editing files that you don't really want to tamper with. So in this case, it is for the simplicity I decided to use it. So you can see it anyway. Just type y. As you can see, this is the file, and this is showing the information of my processor. Also it shows who is website did I go from. As you can see here, I was in Google, so it shows all the information that you want read. So again, it's just repeated here, and this sort of thing sent to the regular basis. So you can see it pretty much throughout this file, but here we can actually see the websites, our processors, our operating system, your software, and the version of the operating system, and all of it. So it is just a thing that you can show when you need or you just want to read. So I mean, that's where they excel. That's pretty much the read and open up process. Anyway, that would be it. So as far as the file output is confirmed, I will continue to deal with this subject of argument that can be passed to T-Sharp command line interface, and I will talk about that in the future videos. So hello everyone. So now we'll talk about and show you how you can actually start a live capture and give it a time limit, and then T-Sharp will start by default and shut down with and exit with the specific time duration that you give, but just exit the program when it done. So anyway, let's go ahead and use the terminal. And type T-Sharp for help. As you can see, there is a lots of conditions. So let's talk about this one, capturing stop condition. So this will help. The help option will primarily open, and because I want to demonstrate that you do not need to know all those of things that you can see in here. It is far simpler just to know and what you have to do at the appropriate idea, what you can do with it. So what the command might be, and just use the help option if you need any help, so that you can go clear the confusion. So it's a brief description, you will be able to figure it out. So much more convenient than a way of figuring out, as opposed to like memorizing every single thing or Google it out. That won't be required. You can just type it T-Sharp-H and you can see and try each of the condition that you want to try. So this one, capture stop condition. So you can say, okay, after an X amount of second I want to terminate the capture, and as you can see, stop after and packets. So you can actually go ahead and tell it as soon as the file become because as soon as the file starts, because it cannot do a long time, because it will take a huge disk space and it will take a lot of time to work. So better to use the time limit in a short second. So this is in kilobits, so you are gonna need to specify a pretty large number here. So if you want to file to be meaningful in a way, so however, once you don't want files to be a larger or something of a kind, you do have an option below. It says also stop at a certain amount of time. So as you can see, duration stop after a certain amount of second, and file size stop this file size after any number of kilobytes. And you can also use the files number using, so this will do, what you will do is stop after the number file size, and this last one, this will stop after the number packets. So there you have various naming option. Usually people use dates and they just put numbers like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 and so forth, or something like that means to them. Anyway, I'm just gonna go ahead and do a little bit of demonstration here, so how we can do this. So it's a very simple, just need to command your tshark command and put the condition. So let's type tshark. As you all know what it does, -i, then as you know this is my active internet connection, then you put this condition. As you can see here, I use the -a. Where is it? I lost it. Okay, I did this -a. Then what I'll do is I will add the duration, that after a certain amount of time it will just stop the condition. So you can do any types of duration like in second, like if I want to try like 10 second, I can just put 10, but if you want to put like 100 second or 3000 4000 second, then it will this is something that will be very big and it will eventually run out of your disk. So it's better to just I try this 10 second. Then what I will do is I will put a directory. So as you all know, I previously demonstrated this. You just select a folder to save the file, and now name this as duration. Duration dot your Wireshark file extension pickup. So let's do this. As you can see, it starts running. So let me just capture some more like Google, so that it can capture a little bit more. Okay, after the 10 second it captures the 491 packets and it's done. As you can see, it exited the comment, so it terminated it. So it is a file under this name in this folder, so that is it. Now that could be combined with various script. I mean, you can have a mailing script like here at the end For example, you can use this tshirt command and capture packet, then save them to a file, and then just pop it to the and send it to the mailing address that you type the after the this line. You can just type a mail address and it will comment to the and it will send after saving this file. So when the capture is done, it can send the file to your mail. So of course the file isn't too big or something of a client that you just have to leave it on the server, so it's gonna shut down by default if you do that, and by the time you get through your home you're gonna have it in your mail. So a nice trick about how you can use this at your convenience. So I will show more of them, but I just want to get through a basic one so that I can demonstrate how this works. As you can see, if you want to try whether it really shaped or not, let me show you. It really did shape. Let me show you. Open. As you can see, duration pack, it already saved all that. So that's all for this. So I hope to see you in the next lectures. So hello everyone. So now I will show you the difference and I will demonstrate it between how to capture file filters and display the filters. Now as you can see, -f is the interface to display the packet filters in filter syntax. So now display filters, we have used this extensively before in a graphical user interface. I mean, we hold the filter as we have typed in there, so they were actually display filters. And now what that means is that all the packets that were coming on an interface, going in and out from an interface, we actually captured, but only the one that we want to be displayed or displayed. However, that is not always very effective. In fact, more often than not, that is not a realistic solution to your problem, primarily because if you are doing the capture and if you are conducting this capture on a busy network or a larger network or something of a kind, you will find that you will be run out of space, and you will run out of space very fast, and that resources in your system will be pretty much eaten up alive, and you will encounter some serious problem there. So that's why you have to capture filters. So it specifies very narrow band of traffic that you want to capture, and they are with your file size, and that are a lot smaller, and that's it. And now I'm going to go ahead and use my first filter and capture filter. However, I will use them in a bit of different way. So even though the syntax of the capture filter is different to a significant extent, it is a good idea primarily because you are here in a terminal to make it as clean as neat possible. And here's a trick how you can do it. So let's type in the comment. So first you have to type tshirt -interface I, then my active connection ETH0 as I previously showed you, and the F condition. So now you use what port you want to filter. So I will type port 80 or port 443. So I will specify the F argument. Now F argument is a filler. The first thing I am going to do there is open that quotation. As you can see there, this quotation, and you press enter. So you can say that you have a code here, and I can now list my filters as I filter port my filters like port 80 or port 443. So I can list my filter one at a time, or it will be able to see them in a clear way. So I know exactly what I am filtering now. So see what I mean. Here is what I mean is just typing the port which I already typed like 80 and 443. So I'm making sure that pretty much all the traffic generated well. So maybe not all, but pretty much all the traffic related to the website and stuff of a kind that will capture, namely HTTP and HTTPS traffic will for sure. So it will be within the capture filter, and I'm going to go ahead and close that quotation. As you see, I close that quotation and then just press enter. As you can see, now let me load couple of pages to get more traffic like Google, YouTube, as you can see that loads a huge amount of traffic in a matter of seconds with just opening 3 pages. It is still loading. So that's just fascinating to see. So it's now conducting a live, and that's what's happening is nothing to do with it, and there is nothing for it to capture. And then there is a setup. So as you can see, this generated a significant amount of traffic. So we contacted as we captured, and as you can see, both of these captured are from these both ports that I mentioned specifically. So pretty much everything on port 80 and 443 have some other encryption, like having encryption generally is going on. So it might capture a lot of other things as well. So in any case, there is a nothing. So just go ahead and show you another thing that you see. So I can list out my comments, and you can see how neatly this displayed here. So you can literally have like hundreds and hundreds of these filters, and you do not want them to be in one line. So let me just stop this, Control C. So let me copy the comment so that I can type another one. Copy selection, paste selection, then what you do is you put different like this. In hyphen interface, then another active connection, then F for this, and just I can quote another port like port 53, and that's it. So as you can see, it can load another, but I have to write it in a whole separately, but it will work either way. So you can set a filter so to apply the interface. So then you can say that another wireless interface or second set of filter that will apply to this particular interface. So on this interface I don't capture the DNS traffic. So for port 53, it will capture the specific port 53 along with the previous two ports. So this specifies the interface of f function or f command, and that's all for this. And instead, if you want to specify a different set of filters, you can just choose a different set of DNS traffic in general. So I hope this was helpful, and that's it for this lecture. Hello, so now I'll be showing you primary command which is like wire chart, but I will be using some graphical user interface like Wireshark to figure out some of the things such as syntax of the filters. So primarily the display filters, because just take a look of, as an example, this one of the domain DNS system. So you see it says DNS, and that is what we can use to filter things out. So no problem. So you can see DNS ID standard query, it says DNS flag, and all of these that I am showing like DNS flags. So this is bottom of the left corner. So it is a bit small and I don't really have a way to zooming it at the moment, but it's a high resolution, so you will be able to read with no problem. So, and we are not going to stick around here for too long, so I wouldn't show you today what and how we actually can edit capture files in a command via the command line interface. So how we can separate the fields and how we can get started out with, and so on and so forth. So what you see here before you, this is captured file that I have opened, and I have just literally generated some random traffic like past one couple of minutes ago. So it is really not relevant what kind of traffic it really is. So today I primarily want T-sharp command that used to separate the IP addresses from the protocols. So with further ado, let's go ahead and skip into the command line. So in first, let me go ahead and to enlarge this. Okay. So as you can see here, we will now talk about this -t field. So what does this do? Okay, let me find it for you. So where is, okay, this one, as you can see here. So one of the first things we are going to do is we need to so we're going to need is somewhere up here. So as I found it, it's the set of file name and read it with no pipes off and ends allowed. So we have already seen what that could do. So that's just where the one command from another command and the output from one command to the input of the other. To say that as so what this does is I format the text output as a text. So in the programming library, which basically serves, you do not need to know the in details, but if you really that interested in SSD, you can go ahead and go to the internet, and their library used to outputting for inputs for outputs for inputs. So basically when you have a program, you can input something into it via the library or something of a kind. So that's what I use then to see anyway we're going to need to dash or any addition to this. So this is just going to read from a file, and what it reads is you are going to get what you are getting a chaotic output from a network or an analyzing output. So that's not something you want. You want to be able to filter it out and separate the different fields and so on and so forth. So that is why we're going to use that command in combination with fields. So we'll be able to specify exactly what fields we want to output either on the screen or in the file. So without further ado, I'm just going to go ahead and demonstrate how we can use this argument. So let's just type it, as I already tested it. So as you can see, you type -r/ you put the directory that your file will be saved. File was saved. So as previous lectures I demonstrated how you can save file in your directory. It's not a big deal. Just feel free to go back if you have a problem, but it doesn't matter. A text file like duration.pcap can be pretty much anything. So just like capture some random traffic. As you can see, it captures some random traffic. So from this and dash data to specify the fields and space. So now in combination with other fields, we need to specify which one do we want. So I'm going to go ahead and type. Okay, there's a lots of traffic. Let me just go ahead. Now as you can see, I had couple of mistakes, so I did solve them. So what you need to do is you will select this previous directory that your test pickup file is, and then you put this ip.source and this space unique. So as you can see, I already got all of this. So I got a whole bunch of source and destination IPs, addresses and all of it. So you can pass pretty much and anything, and there is no limit what you can do with this. I mean, you can specify the destination and open a map and anything that you can want, and you can do with it. So you can also specify source in these IP addresses. So all you need to do is read through what it says in the bottom left of your ASCII file. So as you can see, it's all readable. Okay, all this it's all readable. So you can actually load it up into Excel and read it up from there. So that is readable in such a way, but I just want to go ahead and delete this IP filter by typing ip.src that I typed previously. As you can see, ip.src, it will just go ahead and delete this and press enter to list the source of IP addresses that you want. This is the IP addresses that you wanted to find from this source of destinations. As you can see, there's a lots of IP addresses found there, and that's all for this. And I guess I almost talked about the whole Wireshark from the graphical interface to command line interface. So this will be all. I hope you understand something, and you can just try or use these lectures as a reference to test it out. I hope this helps.